Clarence, welcome, my friend. Alright, I'll just wait for a few more people to start rocking up. Then we'll get straight to it. Oh. Okay, let's make sure this is all working. Alright, I'm just going to jump in and we'll just see how we get on. Toki, welcome back. I'm doing well. How you doing? Great to see you again. Alright, let's pop the chat out. Okay, so this is where we left off with Wednesday. First of all, welcome. I know there's going to be people that's popping in and out, and I never know how to start these things really, so we will see how we get on with it. But Eloise, welcome. What's up? This is what, if you look at the chat, that's what she said, or he said. I don't know. So it's warm up time. Look at this. I'm up in the production quality. We've got text now that I can boom, 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 boom. So we know what's going on. And break time. Bam, 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 bam. All right, look at that. Production quality. Increase. Get out of here. That bloody clone tool. All right, let me know about the audio levels, if they're okay. I don't think they've changed since yesterday. I think yesterday was fine. Okay, so warm-up time. Let's get stuck straight into it. As always, ask any questions that you'd like. I will be here to answer them. This is a collaborative live stream in such a way that I'm not just turning the camera on and I want you just to watch. It's ask any questions, and hopefully you'll get something out of it, or not, or you're just saying, who the bloody hell is this dickhead chatting away while he's drawing random stuff. Either way, I appreciate you coming here, but the goal for today is to get Wednesday finished off. All right, so finish off Wednesday, and I might even show, like if you see in the description, I might even show the sort of just making the social post. It's nothing super fancy because I'm doing a sketch note for her. I'm just going to post her as is for this first post, but then I'll do a sketch note maybe sometime next week, which I will share. Momon, hello, welcome back. Great to see you. I'm fine, thanks. Breaking my sleep schedule once again, but totally worth it. I don't know, sleep's pretty bloody important. There's not too many things worth breaking the sleeping pattern for, I tell you what. But regardless, I appreciate you popping in. Okay. Need to work on my my posture, because my back was killing me after last stream. So here you can just see my reference image. Nothing super fancy. Just a torso. All right, we might stylize it, we might not. I'm just trying to get into the zone of light, shadow. Yeah, let's stylize it a tad. Okay. All right, so there's basically like a big gradient coming up from the bottom, all right? Because the light's coming from the top here. So it's not a silly idea even just to add in that gradient to begin with. If we're squinting down, we're looking at the cylinder of this neck. All right. I'm just thinking in shapes at the moment. Squinting down, doing the old Clint Eastwood. Eastwood. Alright, so then maybe with the abs we can just sort of start carving in the abs a little bit. The obliques there. I mean, we can even just like simplify this out even more and do more of a stylized chest, I guess, to practice our getting away from the reference. Alright, so you've got serratus muscles there. Just being really subtle with it at the moment. So nothing crazy complex. We're just sort of taking the information from here and trying to translate it basically. Let's throw the soft around. I mean, now we can even add the lighter lights here, particularly on the trapezius. soften these shadows up just a tad. Now here I'm still thinking about planes, right? Still thinking about planes. Right, so this plane here isn't, because the light's up here, this little plane here isn't going to be as bright as that top bit, because that just makes it look weird, right? It looks like he's got like a glowing something on him. Right, it's going to be somewhere around here, right, where that just sort of sternum pokes out just a tad. And then same with the abs. Right, if we just want to simplify the abs to really simple sort of shapes here. Clarence, do you do environment art? Not really. It's something that I want to explore more, definitely. But I'm more sort of like character, people, sort of that kind of interests me more so, but no, definitely not opposed to it. Definitely not opposed to it. Alright, so we can even say from just the basic shape from just before, we started to add some volume. Just a bit of volume, nothing super crazy. Might actually merge this down now. Let's adjust the levels. So let's make the darks a little bit darker. Leave the lights pretty much where they are, I think. Right, and this one actually has some kick lights by the looks of it, or maybe not even so much kick lights. So we've got this sort of oblique is going to be catching a bit of the light. Right, so this is like a good to sort of start observing this kind of stuff. Right, so where is this sort of wrapping around the chest? So you see I'm just darting all over the place. There's no real rhyme or reason. I'm just trying to get it all to fit together and make sense. We can even do some fun sort of serratus, more exaggerated serratus muscles. Serratus. Alright, and some of the silhouette as well is going to take, is going to help us out as well. So this is a more stylized kind of torso. You might just want to wing out the lats a little bit more. So the latissimus. Sounds like I know all these, like I know some of the muscles, but I don't have a deep understanding of them. So don't get me wrong. There's a lot I don't know. Josu, hello, welcome back, my friend. Good to see you. I'm well. I'm well. How you doing? I'm keen to get this finished with the Wednesday character. Keen to get it done, which is the goal for today, and then ideally post it tonight on Instagram. All right, we zoom out. How's this looking from afar? Does it look like a thing? Yeah, ish. We've also got rim lights here that you should take into account. So yeah, just a reasonably quick warm up. Right, so you zoom in, it's not perfect. It's pretty sketchy and scratchy, but it's doing something. Something's working with it. This is where a lot of like the squinting down can help as well. Yeah, that's what I was missing with the chest. The light's coming a little bit from this way. So we need to account for that. Clarence, my ambitious painting is kind of failing, so I'm just chilling here to take a break. Coming back after. That's a very good option, Clarence. Not coming here necessarily, but it's fantastic to have you, but to actually take a break. That is probably one of the best things you can do. Take a look at it with fresh eyes. Hop on a video, go a stream, crack open a course that you might have bought or something. Like, it's one of the good ways I like to get unstuck personally. because I get stuck fairly often. Josu, what tablet do you use? That's in the description, my friend. Clarence Art. Yep, I went on Instagram out of frustration and saw your story that you're going live. Great timing. Fantastic timing from the both of us. So what's frustrating you about what you're working on? Why do you think it's not working out the way that you'd like it to? It's a composition. It's a splash kind of art. Ah, right. Getcha. The background and character also aren't working well. Well, I feel your pain. I feel your pain because those are pretty large things to fix. It's digital, yeah? If it's digital, you've got the big benefit of it being digital. So you can move stuff around, change stuff, thumbnail things out. So there's a silver lining there. Did you have much reference you were going off of, like compositionally, I guess? Nope, only the pose was from a reference. The other elements I used are from my head. Even the reference pose was kind of awkward, so I'm trying to find ways to change it. I mean, I'd even recommend getting some composition reference to sort of kickstart the sort of fixing process, I guess. That's what I like to do sometimes. When in doubt, get some reference. Because that can I'm not saying you have to use a reference necessarily, but it can sometimes just give you some ideas to get unstuck. Some fresh perspectives. KK, damn, looks good as fuck. Thank you. Just a quick little warm up to get into the zone. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm not going verbatim with the reference either. Just stylizing, having some fun with it. You know the drill. Got to have some fun with it. That's the big idea. KK, love your art, man. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. I appreciate you popping in. All right, I think this can be left as is. We might do another quick little study. All right. What's another study? This is just the reference board I've been using the whole time, more or less. Yeah, let's just do a study of this guy. Let's turn in black and white. Grayscale. Okay. Move this out of the way. How long does it take me to learn how to stylize forms like me? That's a very tricky question. But basically, probably about 1.5 years ago, I started to switch from, bloody hell, this music's a bit intense. Switch from realism to more stylized work, right? So, but I had a lot of, I guess you could say, background in drawing and painting beforehand to allow me to sort of make the transition. I had understanding already of how to render, how to do all that stuff, but I didn't have a great understanding of how light worked. So then I sort of took to studying like that. So I don't know, 1.5 years is probably an inaccurate statement, I guess, but technically that's when I did kind of start posting online and doing more stylized stuff and trying to study the stylized way of doing things. So but I've been drawing on and off for most of my life, so that I wouldn't expect anyone just going fresh into drawing to be able to do that. I mean, you never say never, right? I'm never going to say that it's impossible. Get the silhouette down. squint our eyes. So there's going to be quite a lot of occlusion shadows that's going to help us out here. So we've got the light source. Why? We don't want that. We want this here. Any suggestions and advice? Maybe books or something? There's no real... Just trying to think. Is there any stylized books or anything? To be perfectly honest, the thing that helped me most was doing really focused study sessions on artists that I really enjoyed the look of their work, if that makes sense, and trying to break down and understand why they're making the decisions instead of just copying. Right, it's why I'm able to do this where the reference was more realistic, but I can take the shapes and manipulate them however I want because I've got that understanding of the shapes in 3D space and the sort of lighting setup. But when it comes to stylization and that kind of thing, the best thing that I did was actually, like, say for example Max Grecke, right? Look him up and study his shape design. How does he do his eyes? How does he do noses? How does he do heads? And in what combination do they fit together? And you can take that even deeper as well. You can say, okay, what's his line work like? And you do this with any artist that you like. You can even do it with me, right? Why am I making certain decisions? And I'll oftentimes tell you, in either my sketch notes or on here. Oh, answer is always study. Yeah, I guess, but I didn't want it to be that answer. It's not, it's like focused study. It's not copying, if that makes sense. So see if you can break down, like this session, I want to focus on shape language, right? Why is X artist doing what they're doing? If you're looking for likeness, right, with characters and that kind of stuff, a good book I do recommend is The Mad Art of Caricature, right? It's very caricature-y. I'm not a super, like, for my work, I'm not too big on doing like caricature-y sort of stuff, but I use elements of that to get likeness, if that makes sense. So I sort of mix it up, take some ideas from that book, and sort of put my own spin on it and stylize it with the shapes and the shape design that I've learnt from artists that I like. So my style is just a mix up of every person that I've kind of studied from, really, and it's going to change and evolve. But yeah, check out that book from a likeness perspective. That's a really good book. What on earth is this bloody music? I tell you what. Oh, because I'm on Quirky. The Quirky playlist. Alright, let's get something different. Happy. What's the Happy playlist? This is on... I just bought this yesterday, the Epidemic music. Do you have any OC or planning to create your own world? I guess my original characters are like the VR versus reality ones. But those are just sort of once-offs for now. Don't have any plans to create a world, but I think it would be fun to. I definitely think it would be fun to explore that. I even just enjoy the practice of getting better. You know, like I find this study stuff just immensely fun. Some people don't, you know what I mean? They want to use this to get to a certain level so then they can create their own thing. I don't think that's a bad way of thinking about it by any means. And it could be something that I'm interested in doing in the future for sure. But I just really enjoy the practice of just getting better and understanding stuff, and just continually getting a deeper understanding and getting inspired by other artists and that kind of stuff. Like it's just really fun for me. Like, what's that saying, without getting all bloody hippy dippy? The man that enjoys walking will work further than the man that is focused on the destination, or something like that. You get the gist. But that's kind of the philosophy. Really enjoying this study stuff. Dom, been studying you the past weeks, and my description of your work was realistic caricature. Makes sense now that you mentioned that book. Yeah, it's not that I'm not a fan of caricature so much. I definitely enjoy it, just not for my kind of work. I wanted to get that like more stylistic, animated character feel with it, because that's like a real challenge. And I feel like you almost need to understand the forms more to be able to, one, get the likeness, and then two, throw it in a style that is sort of appealing in a way. It's like playing on hard mode. All right, so where's this light? There's kind of a real soft light going on, and then he's just got this like point light going on here. So let's see if we can throw that down. So it's going to reflect off of there. Because it would be cool one day, even on your comment or on your chat message, Clarence, I'm really interested in sort of learning more about 3D, like going from the full workflow of the concept to 3D to animating, because then you can actually like really, and with the tools that's out there at the moment, is very, very doable, exceptionally doable. So then you can really start to bring stuff to life instead of just having it as a 2D thing. You can be like, all right, the ability we have nowadays to just do whatever we want is phenomenal. Phenomenal. So that will come up there. Let's add in some of these darker values. Like under the nose, the eye. You can change the eye a little bit, doesn't really matter. We do our own eye if we want. So this eye is going to be lighter value. So it's going to be in shadow. I don't know, this is really not my music vibe. That's okay. Let's knock these values in a little bit darker. Dom, I notice I'm so much better at identifying the planes and shapes on a face when I'm shading versus when I'm creating the initial line work. That is actually a problem for me as well. That is definitely a problem for me. I don't know if it's a problem, it's just, I sort of come to terms with that, and it's like some people can see, I guess you can train your eye to get used to looking at the planes or like observing the planes with line work. But I've always found that it's easier for me to see these planes when shading. And it's more of a struggle when I'm doing the line work. I'll oftentimes even just draw in some like light lines in the line work to just indicate some of this stuff as well. Like I might have the proper line work here of the eye, but then just something to indicate some of the form on the side that I can use later on. That can help sometimes. Alright, so we can see here that he's actually got a little bit of, we might use multiplier, because he's got a darker local color on his chin and on his neck, I think maybe, or is that just shadow? So he's got this like, sort of like flat beard thing going on. This is where multiply comes in really handy. Kind of keeps the value relationships that we've made intact. Again, not trying to be super perfect with this. These are warm-ups after all. Alaska Larenas. Hello from Chile. Hello. Hello from Adelaide, Australia. Welcome. Great to have you. Still boggles my mind that we've got people from all over the place just popping in. Cloudy Pages, hey, hey, welcome. It goes well. How goes you? Alaska, oh, you're Australian, cool, yep. Aussie, born and raised. Lil Giuseppe, hello from Murwillumbah, New South Wales, Australia. Welcome, my fellow Australian. I feel like everywhere else has such, like, so much more like Australian sounding names. Like Murwillumbah than here. That's one thing I noticed with New South Wales. Very, very Australian sounding sort of suburbs and even streets. Cloudy Pages, doing great. Fantastic to hear. Working on finals. Your art is so refined. Did you take any classes? Basically just all online stuff. All online courses picked up over the years. A lot of it was self-study from me just looking at my favorite artists and figuring out why they do certain things. But I mean, even if I went to like quote unquote art school, I would still need to self-study and do that anyway. So Alaska, I'm kind of sleeping. I was seeing the points of her braids as feet. Oh, I can see that. I can see that. That's pretty cool. That was funny. All right, I've got to stop noodling on this guy. Let's 80-20 this. What's the most I can do with this to make it start feeling more round? Let's squint my eyes down, reduce the opacity, and just start really rounding the forms out. Speed mode. Absolutely. I'm going to art school myself, but self-study is about half of my improvement. Yeah, improvement at 100%. I mean, I've never been to art school. I mean, I studied industrial design for like a year, but that really didn't do too much for me. I mean, I dropped out, right? So it's like, you and Ethan Becker are artists I'm studying from recently to learn form. What an honor to be thought of in the same sentence as the great Ethan Becker. He's great. I love, I've actually got some of his YouTube videos that I just saved, just like as links in my notes. Alright, let's then start throwing the light side on. Alright, get this right. You look at this part, it looks pretty light, right? Say if we even... I love these illusions, right? Look how like bright even this eye looks, right? It looks white, right? Well, this is white. No, hold on. No, that's not white. I'll show you what white is. That's white, right? Look how much different this is in comparison, right? Even though this, because a lot of this stuff is just all relative to one another. What's next to each other? How bright is it in comparison to the other forms? Which is why, like, you can have a, I think what they call is like a higher key, like value structure, and it still looks correct. Like for example, this here, just changing the, like it's higher key, right? So the, I guess the contrast or like the darkest darks are pretty light, but you can still see that it reads as a form because it's all relative to one another. And you go a little bit darker and it still reads. Right, and you can like bump up the contrast and it reads even better. Alright, so that stuff is endlessly fascinating to me. Same, I watch his videos when I get art block. Awesome. No, he's a funny one, that guy. And very knowledgeable as well. Alright, let's wrap this up with some rim light, of course. What's a painting without rim light? So for that, I might want to actually darken this down a little bit. Just how much it gives with the form. Like, I love it, but you've got to have all this stuff in place first for it to sort of make sense. All the forms and values and all that good stuff. See, this lip should jut out just a tad more. Also, it doesn't matter, but you got like a slight like kick, like I guess there's still a rim light here. You could even call it a kick light of sorts. Ugh. This is just fun. Just inventing the shapes and bringing it all to life. All right. Have you started watching the show? It was such a nice journey, and Wednesday is just so cool. I haven't actually. I said this in my previous streams. I haven't watched it yet. But yeah, there's no real buts. That's just it. I haven't watched it yet. But yeah, but I've drawn her, so there's that. All right, so there's some things that need to be adjusted. Now from last stream, I was talking about the sphere test to help us understand the lighting setup, like where would the light hit, where's the light going to be, where are the highlights going to go. There's some things to fix with the eye here. The background is looking a little not fantastic. The clothing's a little bit haphazard. It's a little bit all over the place. This crease needs a lot of love and care. Some of the fingers. Let's remove the warm-up time. This is real time now. This is serious time. Yeah, some of the fingers sort of value structure is a bit off. So we will fix that. We need to clean up some of the shapes. And yeah, I guess we'll just get to it. And as always, ask any questions as I go. I welcome any questions, whether it be art, whether it be social media stuff, whether it be whatever. This is like a hangout. You guys keeping me company while I'm working, so let's keep it interesting. And I might even do the social media post live as well if I can get this working in like within a reasonable amount of time. Okay, so let's start cleaning up some of these shapes. Now the goal here is to actually stay zoomed out for as long as possible, right? Because there's no point zooming in if the forms aren't reading correctly. This fucking music. Come on. All right, well, this is serious time now, so we need some serious music. What's euphoric? This is just a mood, apparently. Okay, this is not what I had in mind if it was euphoric. Definitely not. Genres, okay. Let's go acoustic. Something chilled, get us in the flow. I need something. Give me something. Come on. What do we do if we do funk? No, I already listened to that one. Alright, whatever. Not my cup of tea, but it'll do. Do you use custom brushes? Not really. I've been experimenting with a couple, but the brushes I'm using here are just Ahmen Aldoori's brushes. It's in the description if you want to go check it out. This is just literally the hard elliptical. Yeah, and that's basically it. No super crazy brushes for most of this. It was literally like just the hard elliptical and an airbrush, and that's it. The rest is just trying to understand where the light's falling. Ahmen Aldoori is a god. He's fantastic. also got to clean up and start thinking about this hair as well. So we might need to get some reference for like braids or something. Which exercise helped you the most on learning how to shade? There's probably not one exercise that helped me quote unquote the most, but one that really does help me is these sort of sculpture these sculptures and studying from them and trying to understand what's going on, not just copying it one to one, but trying to see if I can identify the light source, where the light source is coming from. So this is obviously a top-down light source. Squinting down, identifying the shapes, and yeah, so that sort of stuff really helps. That's why I do it for the warm-up, right? Where I just sort of get in the zone, get my hand and eyes all working together in unison. What is this? It's music, I tell you what. That'll do. Alright, let's grab the multiply layer. Start really rounding out the features. Where does it make sense to have things round off? Where is the light going to be hitting? The more we do of this, the more sort of in the scene it's going to feel, I guess. Did you do anything specific to attract people to your Instagram account, or you just kept doing what you like? In the very beginning, it was just what I liked, but I try to keep that consistent throughout, because that's the best way to keep consistency, I guess, is doing stuff that you like. But there's strategy to it as well. Like this, for example, I've not watched Wednesday. Will I ever watch Wednesday? Who knows? But I'm trying to sort of grow this YouTube channel. I know it's popular, and I know a skill set that I can use, which is digitally painting and sort of drawing and talking and all that sort of stuff, to potentially attract new people or get them interested in this sort of stylized approach using a pop culture sort of character. So stuff like that, like I think there's a really nice Venn diagram of content that you really love doing, which is I love doing this. There's content that is expected to get more reach, right? Which is like the pop culture stuff. And then there's content that people get value from, right? Whether it be through entertainment, education, that sort of stuff. So those three, if you can combine all those three, I think that's where I'm trying to be at. Because I'll do a sketch note of this, of the things that I've learned, the things that I've sort of got stuck on, which is more the education side of things, where people might get more value from that. Whereas the post that I'm going to be posting tonight is just going to be, hey, this is what I did on stream. And that kind of thing. So yeah, there is definitely like a strategy to it. I'm thinking about it a lot, but in the beginning, there was no real point of me thinking about a strategy if I couldn't keep consistent with it. So in the beginning, I think it's got to be what you really enjoy. Hope that made sense, Clarence. But yeah, you just got to work with. I see it as a game. Like I talked about this yesterday. I see it as a game. And there's a lot of people that are like complaining about the algorithm and blah, blah, blah. But no one's forcing you to play this game. So you got to figure out how you can grow. And yeah, not just survive in the game, but also sort of thrive, I guess the buzzword would be, but yeah. Yep, it makes sense. Thank you. My pleasure, Clarence. My absolute pleasure. All right. See how that just sort of added more depth, even darkening up that ear. Now I don't want to, again, I've got to keep zoomed out. I don't want to be too nitpicky with stuff because I've got to get this done today within the next sort of 2 or 3 hours. So I'm 15 and don't know which art direction I want to go for, but I definitely want to do it for a living. Yeah, definitely, man. Definitely. Well, look, put it this way. I wish I started posting my stuff when I was 15 and started to sort of grow an audience. So don't be afraid to start posting your stuff. There's no right time. There's never going to be a right time, so I'd recommend start building an audience sooner rather than later. Okay, so shadows coming down here. Let's add in some shadows. Multiply, so this is going to block out, this hand's going to block out a lot of shadows, and it's going to be on the softer side, especially as it's sort of this looks messy at the moment. Might actually need to do a kick light, just a tiny little bit of like a kick light on this side of the face. Might even need to soften this up. I need to fix this eye as well. Okay, what do we need to fix about this eye? Let's duplicate. I wonder if we can just do this. It's just the size that was a bit off. Yeah, that seems a bit better. See, we're getting nitpicky now. We're getting real nitpicky. Cloudy Pages, do you ever plan on venturing into environment art? Definitely not off the table. Not off the table, but not not in the foreseeable sort of near future. But yeah, definitely not off the out of the realm of possibility. That's for sure. All right, where is this falling apart? Where is this hand falling apart? There's something that's really annoying me. Maybe it's the hair. Like if the hair was maybe just in more there, yeah, maybe, so it's more in perspective. Like if we imagine the other ear around this way and it's sort of wrapping underneath. And it sort of comes back there, zoom back out. Yeah, it seems a bit better, seems a tiny bit better. Clarence, do you have specific weaknesses you want to work on, or generally just get better at what you already do? I want to get faster. Just, I guess, instead of faster, let's say more efficient. I'd love just to get better at what I'm doing, definitely. I'd like to get better at sculpting, like the 3D stuff, definitely. But yeah, I don't have super solid goals as of yet. For some reason, I thought you were from Europe. Nope. Oh, 3D sculpting is fun, isn't it? It is really, really fun. I really enjoy it. Let's get rid of this stuff. Let's think about the specular highlights. Alright, let's see if we can look at the specular highlights on her face. Clarence, all right, I'll go back to my painting now. Thank you. See you on another live stream. Catch you later, Clarence, and I hope that your painting starts coming together. Good luck. It's nuts what a bit of specular highlight can do. I wonder if this is what's missing. Because you've got here, the hair coming down here. Maybe it's missing some of this action here. Lou Giuseppe, so glad I found your stream. You are so chill and your game strategy is inspiring. Was going to do something else. Instead, I'm going to keep listening and do some drawing of my own. Fantastic. Good luck, my friend, on the drawing. I hope you have some good fun with it. And again, thank you for stopping by. Annie, hey, hey. Welcome, welcome. Inspired me to pull out my tablet and join while you work. Awesome. Wednesday's hair is really coming together. Love the glossy highlights. Thank you very much. Hair is bloody tricky. But we're getting there slowly but surely. It's just a matter of sort of chunking it together, and the lasso tool helps a lot in that regards. No, but glad I was able to get your tablet out, or help you get your tablet out and join along. What are you thinking of drawing, Annie? Or painting? Shane, my friend, how are you? Looking great. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, slowly coming together. This is the stream that it will be complete, whether I'm happy with it or not. So, just trying to tie up some loose ends. No pun intended with the hair. But, I almost want to think about, even with the hair, there's perspective. Alright. It goes back in space, back in space. Same here on Photoshop, drawing a Christmas present. That's one thing that like is fantastic about being able to draw or paint. Sometimes saves you a bit of money on Christmas presents. You got to spend some time on it though, but it's almost a better gift in my opinion. You've really spent time on something, so there's a positive for you. Those lower eyelids sell it. Yeah. I wanted to really get that feeling of solidness sort of happening on the lower lid. Starting on some loose painted white-tailed deer as a warm-up. Oh, awesome. I've been thinking about a mock magazine cover. Fascinating. I honestly don't know. This was just a Pinterest quick pickup. I'm not sure if that's Darren Marshall. Could well be. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head at the moment. I think I'm also very uneducated in the world of like art and like even concept art and other artists. Like I'm always discovering new people that I've never heard of before. Enrique, hey Ben, I hope you're doing well. Just saw you live streaming and just wanted to see how the progress was coming along. Thank you, Enrique. This is how it's coming along, slowly but surely. Just getting the forms, trying to get them to read how I'd like them to. Make sure all the shadows and the lights are all in the sort of correct places. This doesn't make sense, so this should really come up and wrap around like that. This is a bit ambiguous in here, but it's alright, we'll fix it. We will fix it. Alaska, here I'm doing a torso twist from Bridgman's book. Ooh, that's fun. Torso twists are great. When you nail it, it's like, ooh. They are really, really fun. But can be a bit of a mind bend sometimes. Shane Olsen, he's amazing. He helped develop the Clone Wars animated show. Hell yeah, man. I'll definitely have to check him out. Yeah, I think that's what was bothering me, was that hair. I wasn't taking into account the sort of 3D shapes of how far this comes out versus how far that would still wrap around the head. It was coming out too far. This isn't coming out as far as that this right side. So I'm just scattershotting at the moment, just trying to find things that don't add up. There should be a smoother transition in here. Add a little bit of life to the eyes. Let's have a look in black and white to see if we can spot any inconsistencies. JHB production, fantastic. Thank you very much. It's getting there. Getting there slowly but surely. Urielito. Hola. This is looking great. Thank you very much. Hola. Welcome. Nietzsche's age-old question. What was your favorite art teacher in school? Mr. Clark, I think, in primary school. Not primary school, high school. Mr. Clark, he was really chilled. Really cool guy. So shout out to Mr. Clark. You can call me Yuri or Uriel. Thank you very much for letting me know. Yuri. Oh my Gaudry, welcome back. These lives have inspired me to try out making my own stylized character. Thank you. Super out of my comfort zone, but that's where learning happens. 100%. That's awesome. So have you got a character in mind, or is there any... or are you going to make up a character completely, like your own sort of character? That's exciting. It's good fun. Mine was primary. Mr. Lotus, he showed me that even a pencil sketch could be hyper realistic. Love that, man. That's cool. Yeah, there's some good teachers. There's some shit ones too, unfortunately. But it's oftentimes those like good teachers that are the sort of stick with you and could actually sort of point you in the right direction of where you want to head. Because you got some others that are just discouraging, and they're like, and you're just like having a shit time being around them. Doing a Steve Harrington, very cool. Honestly, don't know who that is off the top of my head, but stylization is a good challenge. Getting out of the comfort zone. I'm sure I know who Steve, like if I saw him. I had an ex-girlfriend's mum as an art teacher. Holy dooly. That does sound like a nightmare. That would have been awkward. That one was rough. I think I ended up with a B in class. Hey, look, a B. Not the worst thing in the world. Annie Reeves, a lot of artists keep art to themselves. Do you ever make any personal art that you don't post just for the joy of making it? Not as of late, actually. Basically, I spent most of my life doing that. Just, I'd be doing this, like drawing in Photoshop just for fun. No, for nothing else, and is just trying to get better. But then I just decided to start posting, and then yeah, most things that I do now are for the gram, but I'm fine with that. It doesn't bother me in the slightest. And it's really become my job, right? So have you always used Photoshop, or did you use anything else before it? I remember my first digital painting was even in Photoshop with like an old Wacom tablet that was like that big. It was like a tiny little thing. Pretty much always used Photoshop, used Procreate as well when that came out, when I got the iPad. That's a very good program. But that's pretty much it. I mean, I've dabbled in other ones, but any like real work I've pretty much done in Photoshop. But I'm pretty sure the others are more than capable, like your Critters and your Clip Studios and all that sort of stuff. But I just haven't taken the time to learn them as of yet. So yeah, got nothing against them. Dorky, welcome back, my friend. Wow, the illustration progressed so much from when I last saw it. Awesome work. Yeah, thank you, thank you. Yeah, it's not sort of where the first initial sketches started from to where it ends up. Let's see if we can even add some more occlusion shadows. Let's see if that can bring out some of the 3D-ness that I think I'm missing. Makes sense. What inspired you to pursue people as subject matter over animals or environments? I don't know. I don't really have an answer for that. I just sort of enjoyed. I've always tried to capture likenesses, whether it be like in realism, which is where I started out with, or in, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. Got nothing against animals. Funnily enough, like, well, I really enjoyed, if you go back in my Instagram ages and ages ago, I did an illustration of like just some made up excuse me, made up dinosaurs in LA, and then I never did it again. But I actually had a lot of fun doing that, so that could be another sort of challenge, because it was fun to sort of paint the background, then try and fit the characters in the background, if you know what I mean. It was good. I've got to stop saying if you know what I mean. If you know what I mean. But let's see if I can find that. Because it was like a really good exercise. Instagram. So if we go to my profile, if it wants to play nice, it was a while back, quite a long time ago. And it's basically the only animal. There we go. This one. This was a lot of fun to do. This was really, really fun. So that was just original. Like I just made up the forms, made up the shapes, painted the background first. So I think I actually did a sketch note on it. Yeah. So I did the really rough understanding the perspective and that kind of thing, sketched them in, sort of added the sketches in, and these are all done on Procreate, I think, as well. So there's that. But yeah, just like this is I find this very therapeutic, this sort of stuff, where it's just blocking in the simple shapes and then trying to get things to fit in. I haven't seen this in a long time. So yeah, see how rough it starts? And it's something that I've had to learn, is like, look, yeah, it takes time. It doesn't have to be all perfect to begin with. It rarely is. So then I start to add the light, make sure they fit in the scene. Get the shadows were a pain. I remember, because I didn't quite understand shadows as well as I do now. But yeah, so that was not human stuff. It was anthropomorphized dinosaurs, but something a bit different. Thanks for making these. You're helping me get better. My absolute pleasure, Jet. Annie, paleo art inspired me a lot as a kid. Definitely drew a lot of dinos. Since you're a Jurassic Park fan, I imagine you learned that way too. Definitely drew a lot of dinosaurs. Oh, I love the purple, and that background is lovely. Definitely puts them right in the scene. Yeah, I think I might even do some of those on stream, because I actually started one ages ago. But I think it would be good fun just from a understanding lighting perspective, and just even like a good warm-up sort of challenge. Dorky, I'm a huge people person. I love seeing people of different shapes and clothes and character traits. Artists can really take inspiration from that, I think. At least that's why I enjoy drawing people. Yeah, I can empathize with that as well. Annie, thanks for pulling it up. Always good fun to rewatch an old clip / reflect on old art. Yeah, definitely. That's something that I'm even thinking about doing myself, is redrawing some stuff based on what I've learnt since, from like a year and a bit ago, and just maybe like consistently doing that, and just always going back and seeing where I went quote unquote wrong or right, what I liked about it. So I think I'm thinking about here with this is just me thinking out loud. I believe it was Steve Houston. His motto with rendering and light and that kind of thing is plane change equals value change, or like color change. Like if the plane is changing, if the two planes are not the same, if they're like off, then this is going to be a different value than this plane, if that makes sense. Oh, I've got to stop saying that. I need like a, if that makes sense, swear jar. Oh. So if this is the, I think I can knock that back just a tad. I mean, we can even start if we wanted to. Why is this? Making things lighter. Because it's the eraser. I wish I could be doing some drawing right now. I'm currently taking a quick 15-minute break from my college final exams by watching a stream. Very relaxing, and it takes the stress off my shoulders. Well, I hope that it does, Dorky. And I wish you the best of luck for your exams. I know it can be a stressful time, so remember to look after yourself. Try not to stress about it. As easier said than done, I know. Shane, and sculpting plane changes is like sculpting with light, 100%, or value as you put it. Yep. So this is why these transitions and stuff really matter, like where you put them, because they should be there for a reason. Right? Like even this here, this should actually catch a bit of that light from this reflection, maybe. Maybe just a little bit, not super, not a whole lot, but maybe just a little bit. See, so I've got to push this finger back in perspective because it's really foreshortened. Like this finger is pretty like foreshortened, sort of going back in space. So I've got to make sure I make that clear. Really appreciate the encouragement, Ben. Thanks. Today is actually the last day of the semester for me once I finish my finals, which means more time for art afterwards. Fantastic. Oh man, you're going to feel so good. As soon as you answer that last question, you just be like, it is what it is. And you can relax and do what you want to do. Unless you love taking exams. In that case, you'd be loving life right now. What I'm excited about with this, we haven't even touched the rim lights yet. We haven't even gotten into that. And it's just going to be the icing on the cake. That's feeling better. Yeah, let's knock that back a tad. Then we group, then we duplicate, then we merge, and then we're on the one layer. So then we can carve. All right, KK. How did you apply grayscale? Draw on it, and at the same time seeing changes on the color one. Never seen this trick. So this is a so I can toggle between this. Oh, I was meant to try and remember. I believe it's a layer mode of some sort. There's a way to do this. If you Google grayscale toggle Photoshop or YouTube it, it'll come up, and it's like a custom hotkey, so that I can just go Command Y. You should be able to find it on Google, no worries. Because this is on a separate window, and this is actually going to be my recording for the time lapse, right? So because this is on the separate window, anything I do here, like moving it about, rotating it, this stays the same. So even with this grayscale, it allows me to sort of toggle that on and off, which is really, really handy. But yeah, apologies, I can't remember it off the top of my head because it was done. I did it so long ago. No, it's not a mode grayscale. It's not this one. It's not the color mode grayscale. See, because it's RGB color. I'll try and remember to have that in the description, because I use it quite often actually. Next stream. So just Google something like Photoshop grayscale hotkey, and it should come up. It's a it's not a color mode, it's like a preview. So it's, yeah, some sort of preview. I can't even remember exactly what it is. Alaska, I have to go and watch a lesson. The stream was very fun. Good night, everyone. See you later, Alaska. Thank you very much for popping in. Great to have you. Clarence, hey, I'm back. I sketched another composition, but it was so complex I got intimidated. I can see art block coming, so I'll just take a rest. Now I know my weakness. Yep. As I said before, taking a rest is oftentimes the best thing to do. At least from my experience. Because as much as you might want to keep flogging it, it just doesn't. I mean, you can work through it sometimes. I'm not saying you can't, but I don't know. For me, it's oftentimes sleep on it, or just come back later, go for a walk, go to the gym, do something. Uriel, or Yuri, that's the one. I think it's view, then proof. That's the one. Proof setup. custom, and where it says device to simulate, you should select Grey Gamma 22. Yuri, you absolute legend. That's exactly what it is. But yeah, I just completely forgot because I did it so long ago. Taylor, so I tried the satellite sphere idea for the Valley of Shadows today for the first time. I created the absolute most horrible artistic abomination I've ever made. I need some practice. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. But yeah, it does take a bit of getting used to. I'd almost try and practice on simpler shapes. Just to get the feel of it, if you know what I mean. But great to have you back, Taylor. Welcome. KK, damn, thanks. Yes, Yuri, the absolute legend. Annie, longest break from art you've ever had? Do you find it hard to get back to drawing after a break, or are you pumped to get back into it and extra creative? I mean, I've gone like years with like not really focusing on it, only dabbling in it every now and then. And I'd find it tricky to get back into the swing of things, just like any skill, right? You've got to kind of use that muscle. Even the gym, like I can kind of think of it even similar to the gym. If I don't go, like I haven't gone as much as I wanted to this week, it's so easy to just not go. But after stream, I'm forcing myself to bloody just go and do something. But yeah, probably like a couple of years, to be honest. But it's always kind of just been like one of my skill sets that I just enjoy working on, regardless. See, I caught myself just then. I was about to say, if you know what I mean. Taylor, glad I caught you live again. Yeah, great to have you. Yeah, I got to get this this finished and posted tonight. So we might have to not worry about little fine details and bits and pieces, but that's all right. It'll be done. Done is better than perfect. Annie, I do know what you mean. Got to build habits. Speaking of any goals for the new year, mine aren't usually art related, but one of my goals might be leaning into / posting art on Instagram often. That's a cool goal. I am not a big one for New Year's resolutions because it sets up a lot of it almost builds them up a little bit too much, right? So if I want to start a habit, like, why do I have to wait till the new year? Start it tomorrow. Start small. It's just an arbitrary sort of thing that's made up. That's the way I think of it. I don't bother about New Year's resolutions. If I want to change, I'll change it today. You know. But nothing as of yet. Like, no new habits that I'm trying. Oh, I guess this YouTube was a get posting on YouTube, so I'm doing it right now. I'm not waiting till the new year. It would have been easy just to be like, oh, I'll get started. Get started in the new year when I feel ready and sort of have ideas and bits and pieces. No, back of that. That is. There's a really good book called The War of Art. Not The Art of War, The War of Art by Stephen Pressfield. Fantastic book. That'll don't read it at night because you'll want to start working on stuff. But he talks about something called the resistance. Right, that resistance that you feel, that procrastination. Oh, I've got to do it when I'm ready. I'm not inspired. I'm not this and that, and that's always going to be there. So you've got to kind of work it like a muscle to build those habits where it just doesn't matter what you feel like doing. It's just part of your routine. It is what it is. And yeah, I'm sounding really preachy here, but I love this sort of shit. Like, just building skills, habits, all that fun stuff. I love the idea of just never ending learning. Like, there's like, what's retirement? Like, that sounds boring as shit. Like, let's try and figure out how to have fun. Learn the stuff you want to learn. Get good at stuff. Taylor, do you ever sell prints? I'd love to buy a print of this from you when it's done. Yeah, I don't know about the legalities of this because this isn't my character. I know there's a whole argument about like fair use and all that fun stuff, but it gets a bit iffy. So I don't really want to like expose myself to those kinds of those risks, unfortunately. But I appreciate you you mentioning it anyway. My apologies. How unprofessional. Had the phone on. Harish, hello, welcome back, Harish. Good to see you. Snowfix, great to see you as well. How many hours do you work in a day? Do you work on multiple projects in a single day? If so, how much time do you give each project? I don't have set times necessarily. Like, for example, today I've been working for however long this stream's been going. And then probably off stream I'll work for another few hours. But my partner's coming back from being away for a couple of weeks, so I'm gonna front load all of my work today and then spend some time with her when she gets back, which I'm really looking forward to. But yeah, I'll work on multiple projects at the same time, definitely. Keep things interesting. There's no reason or rules around why you would or shouldn't do that. I guess it just then becomes tricky if you've got like deadlines and that sort of stuff. So those will sort of take precedence. I think that is the right way to use precedence. They'll be higher on the priority list. Damien, welcome back. Hey Ben, saw the live yesterday, checked out the podcast, and it's great. I love seeing behind the scenes, rated at 5 stars on Spotify. You absolute legend, Damien. Thank you, my friend, and glad you enjoyed it. For those of you that don't know, shameless plug coming. Walk away now if you are allergic to shameless plugs. My podcast that I have with my good friend Francis is all about content creation, our experiences, what we're experimenting with at the moment. It's called Make Now, Think Later. And you can get it right. Make Now. I'm pumping this podcast hard, I tell you what. Unashamedly. There you go, you check it out. Nietzsche's is that for the about my my lovely lady coming back home today, which is going to be good fun. Can't wait to see her. Taylor, did I hear correct on another live that you're friends with my husband, Chris Hemsworth? He doesn't know we're married yet. Yeah, look, I don't know. He's a funny one. Yeah, known him for a while. You should really tell him, because I think he's got another wife, right? So you should really at least let her know. Maybe. I don't know. It's your guys' relationship. But Damien needed to be plugged. No question. I appreciate you, man. Oh no, I've lost all my windows. Where is all my windows gone? And we're back. We are back. Don't stress. Alright, there's some perspective issues here with the clothing. Taylor, I'm joking. I don't know him. I don't know Chris Hemsworth. Someone was playing silly buggers on last stream, so I just went straight faced and went along with it. Yeah, he's a good Thor, isn't he? I smell burning. I hope it's not my computer. Oh, yeah, I'm going to assume it's out. Whether someone's cooking a barbecue or something. Fingers crossed. Might have to go have a squiz on my next break. Oh, that flew right over my blonde head. Yeah, no, I don't know Chris Hemsworth. He seems like a cool guy though. Never met him. Annie Reeves, where are you based in Australia? The wildlife there is fascinating. Not sure how much you'd see in the city. I'm based in Adelaide, South Australia. So if you picture Australia here, I'm going to butcher it. I can't remember. Right. And you got Tasmania. I'm right here. Right down the bottom. But yeah, the wildlife is pretty cool. You got kangaroos all over the place. 20 minutes drive and you're in the hills. Another 20-minute drive, or maybe half an hour drive, you're at the beach. Yeah, you got brown snakes that'll kill you. That's what I think I said this on another stream. I'm not too concerned with the sharks and that sort of stuff. What scares the living shit out of me is the blue-ringed octopus. That thing is so tiny, you wouldn't even know it got you. And I don't think there's like an anti-venom for it. I know there's anti-venom for brown snakes. Brown snakes are very dangerous. Hot weather, no doubt. Yeah, pretty hot. You can get pretty hot. You can sometimes get up into the 40s Celsius. Not as hot as the northern territory, or like the middle of Australia. But yeah, no, I love Adelaide. Adelaide's fantastic. You can get like also, you got the city, which is again half an hour away. You got the hills, which is again, it just looks like a completely different place. Like you got the wine regions, which is just vineyards for as far as the eye can see. And then another half an hour drive, you're down the beach. It's pretty great. Annie, I have a snake and love all animals, but definitely not crazy about how easy it is to get bit/stung by something unsuspecting and very deadly there. Yeah, I know. It's not that bad. Personally, like, put it this way, I've never actually seen a brown snake in the wild. Right? They're one of the more deadly snakes that you'll come across. I've never seen one in the wild. Thank goodness. One's probably seen me. But, yeah, you've also got the funnel web spider, which will give you a nasty bite. But it's really not that bad. Everyone's bloody... I feel like it's a very over-exaggerated... I mean, it's not like in the Northern Territory, say, where they got all those crocodiles. We don't have crocodiles down here. We've got great white sharks, though. We do have those. We do have the blue-ringed octopus. What fascinates me is I believe New Zealand, I think, has no snakes. Or deadly snakes. So you can just go walk, like me walking barefoot into like tall grass would just never happen. Like what? That's just stupid. But apparently in, I think New Zealand, it's just like, oh, whatever, it doesn't matter. Nothing's going to get you. It's crazy. I could be completely wrong there. I'm just talking shit. But that's what I've heard. Clarence, do you work for anyone as an artist? No, I'm self-employed. Do you have manowar in Australia? They're like jellyfish, but their stings are like up to 20 feet long, and they often die and get washed up on the beaches here, and they sting when you step on them. I don't know about the manowar. I know we have the box jellyfish, which are pretty nasty as well. Those are a problem. I'm not sure about the manowar. Could be. They could be about the place, but yeah, no, I don't know. Oh, we're talking about Australian sayings yesterday as well. Yeah, nah. That's hey, often used phrase. Like if I'm going to say no, I'll be like, yeah, nah. Which could be confusing to some people. Where you're just like, yeah, no, make up your mind. Annie, I'm in NC in America. NC. North Carolina? Is that North Carolina? I don't know. That's just a NC. That's the only NC I can think of. In America. And we have a number of venomous snakes. Never been bit, but I've seen most of our species here. I do hike and watch for animals though. That's cool. That's cool. Yeah, I'll go. I like to go for walks up in the hills and all that sort of stuff. I guess it's a hike. Should do it more often, really. Ah, it is North Carolina. Nice. Taylor, or get wrapped around your leg while you're swimming. That's a freaking nightmare, that. My concern then would be if I got done by jellyfish, then I'm like, while I'm in the middle of the ocean, then I'm like, oh shit, and then I'm like flailing around like a wounded animal. Then the sharks will be like, hello, what's going on here? Like in Nemo, it's like, hello, I never knew my father. But now I've caught sharks. Like, Dad and I go fishing. He's caught like just like as a bycatch. I think what I'm going to do with the hair is separate them onto different layers. I think that might be the way to go. Is that the way to go? Yeah, bloody why not? Let's do it, hey? I'm from Wisconsin, and it's coming up here to say yeah, no, for no, and no, yeah. Oh, cool. Oh, I thought it was just Australia. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, no. See, it's definitely a habit. But here in the South, that confuses people, right? I see. That's funny. Yeah, I can't think of anything else that we say that's family friendly that the rest of the world doesn't say. Yeah, I'm a nice shark, not a mindless eating machine. Was that one of the lines in Finding Nemo? I can't remember. I just remember when he's like, I never knew my father. I've been here my whole life. I feel like we have such a mix of accents. It's all a bit of a game to guess where people are from. Yeah, let's do that. Let's get the hair. Let's do one at a time. One at a time will do. It's going to make it easier for us, I think. Nope. Yep. Shabang. All right. Annie, what's your biggest pet peeve in regards to people's stereotypes of Aussies or the country? I don't know. I feel like, I don't know, I might be incorrect, but I feel like we've got a pretty decent reputation. People tend to, I don't know. That's the feeling I get, at least. It might be wrong. We got like a fairly okay reputation. There's nothing that really annoys me. If anything, I find it funny. If there's anything that people say. Like, what would you say like an Australian stereotype would be? Like, you're not going to, it's like impossible. You couldn't offend me. I do not care. What's an Australian stereotype? Like the kangaroos are everywhere. Or, I wonder about like the people, like what? That we're all like, "G'day, mate, how are ya?" Like I hear that a lot on like TV shows. They're like, "Oh, g'day, how you doing?" Some of us talk like that, that's for sure, but we're not all like that. Oi and mate all the time. Yeah, look, it's not untrue, at least for me. I say yeah, I say oi. So, like, especially to the dogs or something, like, oi, get over here. Or, yeah, mate. Hey, mate, how you doing? Actually, yeah, mate. I say it a lot. I say it almost like, instead of like, mate, it's like, yeah, mate. It's like the T is like, t. It's like, how you doing, mate? Good to see you. Bloody hell. Mate. So there's that kind. There's many a different way of saying mate. Or you're like concerned. You're like, mate, come on. Probably shrimp on the barbie. Everyone here uses that when trying to do an... That is fake. We don't call them shrimp. We call them prawns. Let me get that straight. We call them prawns. They're not shrimp. Okay? And no one ever says, oh, do you want to put a prawn on the bar? It doesn't roll off the tongue. You put a snag on the barbie. That's what you do. Throw a snag, a few snags on the barbie, goes down all right. 2 donut crazy burnout machines, and the good old shrimp on the barbie. Yeah, donut crazy burnout machines. I don't know exactly what you're talking about, but I feel like it's not untrue. You've got the ute that people like, you know, the ute that people aren't familiar with, like the car. It's like a normal car, like a sedan, but the back's kind of cut off. Your best American accent. Oh, do I dare? Do I dare? Well, there's different American accents, isn't there? But I'm not super familiar with them. I don't even know. Oh, God, it's going to be embarrassing. So, I don't know. What should I say? I don't know. You do your R's different. Because I've been to America before. I went to Anaheim in California. And the R's, like I came back saying the R, like the R. You guys talk. It's like R. Like, where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Like, I don't know. The R's are really pronounced. Like today, we're painting Wednesday. She's from a Netflix show that I haven't watched, but it's been fun painting her, and I really, really enjoy talking to you guys. It keeps me company, and I'm trying to think of the values. The values are the thing that really makes sense here. I know it's kind of like a caricature. Yeah, the more like caricature of it, like, hey, I'm walking here. What are you talking about? I don't know if that's Boston, like Boston, at the Boston. Well, I'm walking here. Come on, what are you talking about? We're looking at the values. We're drawing Wednesday. Go down the street and get a slice. What's this? Or a southern accent and say, baby, lock them doors and turn the lights down low. I think I'll have to charge for that if I start talking like that. That's going to be on a different platform. So on a southern accent, I feel like the southern accent's like, it'll be very caricaturish. Like, baby, lock them doors down. Baby, lock them doors and turn the lights down low. I don't know what region of the South that was from, but it's like Matthew McConaughey. Okay, it's kind of like the words are trying to catch up. The words are trying to catch up to what I'm trying to say. It's like syrup. Or a Valley Girl Cali accent and say, "Oh my God, I love your shoes. Oh my God, I love your shoes." There you go. So I can do American accents. You just give me things to say. I can't just come up with them. You do all sorts of accents. Too real. It's a song, I swear. Yeah, all right. Okay. Baby, lock them doors and turn the lights down low. It's like like the S is it's just kind of like it's not an S. It's a sh. Nailed it. I feel like Australian accents are like a good base to go any which way with all different accents. Like English is pretty easy. A comedian and an artist, excellent job. I don't know. I definitely don't think so. But it's like it gives you a good base, maybe. It's like the palate cleanser of accents. Because you're only like a step away from... Because a lot of people think that this accent sounds like South African. You got the South African accent, bro. You know, it's not far from Australian. You just do a little bit of the inflections, like Leonardo DiCaprio in the Blood Diamond movie. It's almost there. Yeah, accents are fun. Accents are good fun. Chris Designer, hello Ben. Hey everyone. The song is called Your Man by Josh Turner. Okay, you can make up all you want. You can make up this song all you want. Yeah, Josh Turner's a real person. Sounds made up. Welcome, Chris. We're doing accents. Alright, what's looking off here? What's looking off? Let's is it multiply that I want? I don't know. Maybe it's normal. Keep it normal. Let's see if we can start carving out this tie. Make it read a little bit better. This should actually be quite a bit brighter as the local value. So I'm just going to do a little cheat. Now it looks like it's the same material but in shadow. Nice. Feeling about this? I mean, I could spend another bloody 8 hours on this, but I'm not going to. I've got to start to think about what's the 80-20 rule. What's the 20% that's going to give me 80% of the results that I'm looking for? How many layers do you have going right now? 1, 2. So that's really it at the moment. And now there's just one. These are all just past, basically saves, if that makes sense. And you've got the background here, which I'll just group. So I guess, what have we got? So if this is where we're at the moment. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 layers. So let's make the tie a little bit more, buzzword alert, dynamic. So it's not just flat, maybe it's sort of folded a little bit. Do you think there's, excuse me, do you think there's a point in an art piece where if you keep going, you actually start going backwards, like making it look worse? Yeah, definitely. And the tricky part is you don't know when that's going to happen. So, yeah, like I could noodle on this for another, as I said, 8 hours, and I could make it look worse than if I just stopped here. You know what I mean? So it's why I like to think about things almost like a checklist in a way. Like, okay, is everything, that's why I keep saying to myself, is it what's not looking right? What makes logical sense? Is everything passing the logic test? Like this here, this would actually be quite dark in here, but maybe not as dark because it's the same or similar, or it's the same material here. Alright, so we do the flip, 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 flip. There's some ambiguity here with the eye. Is your canvas the Instagram vertical portrait size? It certainly is. Saves me a lot of time. I just know that it's going to fit. Something's not looking right, and I don't know what. Yeah, maybe it's that eyebrow. Get rid of that. Maybe that's ambiguous. We don't need that there. That doesn't give us any description of form or anything. Don't hate it. Yeah, cool. Slowly getting there. Jesus, music got bloody intense, didn't it? Taylor, no rim light, not yet, not yet. I'm getting there. I'm getting there, and you'll see why all this build up. It takes a little while, but then you throw the rim light, and it's beautiful. Damien, I'm loving the reflective light. Thank you, Damien. Thank you. Is your sketch sass line layer still on there? I feel like my line layer always destroys things. They're basically all they're basically all merged into the one here, but I got my line layer back here somewhere, so I just ended up painting on top of that line layer. If that makes stop saying if that makes sense. All right, maybe we start blocking out this this rim light. Oh, I'm excited. Oh, we haven't done the hair yet. Oh shit. All right, let's do the hair. Let's. What does her hair look like? Okay, so braids. They're just like little nodules. They're like, what. All right, we can do that. No problemo. So let's get the line working. So how do they go? So they go woo, woo. Woo, woo. Yeah, almost forgot, but I might just block these in now. What's the end of them look like? Are they? Whoa. What do they come down to? Just like a point, or are they like a? Oh, they kind of okay. Yeah, they're like this shape. Which is cool. Can work with that. Sadish, that information, my friend, is in the description. All right. Braids are back. Annie, finished up a number of deer. I'll be off to bed now though. Best of luck finishing up this piece. Excited for the post and your next live stream. Have a great rest of your day. Happy painting. Thank you very much, Annie. You have a great evening. Thank you so much for popping past. And we'll see you in the next one. I wonder if these could even be, yeah, something like that. A little bit thinner. Yeah, that makes more sense. Oh. This is feeling better. All right, okay, I've just put the braids in. Clarence, didn't know you had a Discord server. I'm joining. I certainly do have a Discord server. It's in the description. Taylor, the free hair strands on the left ear look like they're going in a loop, like they're somehow connected at the end. Yeah, I know. That's a good observation. I'm wondering how. Let's see how her hair goes. So she's got the bangs part, but then she's got the part that wraps around here. So maybe this this here is enclosed, and then we knock it back just a tad. All right, so that could be a fix, and then we could have the bangs sort of like waving out back there a little bit. We're gonna have to do some I guess it's the right ear. Technically, it's her left ear. Yeah. Yep, now I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, so we're gonna have to figure out some rim light, I reckon, to really separate these hair strands. I wonder if the head's too big. All right, let's play. Let us play with the rim lights. Screen mode. Now, where do we want the rim lights coming from? It could be a little bit of underlighting potentially. Maybe something around the back. Both sides I think would be good. So maybe we try it on the sphere. Like, would we want light? I mean, the thing is, we could have the light like even wrapping around even more. But that might even work better for the dark side. Right, so we have the lights. Kind of even wrapping around just a tad more. So it can sort of illuminate some of these forms. Let's try that. Why not? I wonder if I'll just do it as a soft round to begin with. Oh, I love seeing a rim light on the jawline. Yeah, we might. It's a bit tricky because her hair might be in the way. But here, on this side at the very least, we'll be getting some rim light for sure. And see, it depends like how far we want it to go. It could be like really prominent and not just like the line along the outside of the, like around the edge of the face. You could really play up like the planes and how they interact with the light. There's going to be fall off as it sort of drops down. And you have just some rough. So these will actually be really reflective. Clarence, oh, I just remembered back in February I did a style study view and I freaked out when you replied to my story. That's funny. No need to freak out. I'm just a dude, just a guy sitting in his room, digitally painting. Nothing to freak out about. What looks off here? Have you ever redone an old piece of your artwork when you were a lot less experienced? No, I was actually talking about this earlier, that I might actually start doing that as just like a fun little experiment type of thing. But no, I haven't actually. It'll be good to sort of go back and see my mistakes, what I could have done better. pretty nuts what just a bit of rim light can do, hey? Actually, even with the background. Was there a moment in your life where you felt you finally started making art you were really proud of? I guess it comes in stages, right? Once you start leveling up, at least in my experience, each level, there's no like defined levels, but when you start to feel like, I'm actually pretty proud of this. There's almost a point where you think you've exceeded what you could have done. You're like, did I actually do this? Like, it doesn't look like something I did, but I'm loving it. There's that kind of feeling. But then that sort of slowly goes away as it becomes normal. And you get used to it. And then you expect it of yourself. So I guess those feelings do come every now and then. But they often quickly get overshadowed by, okay, what's next? Cool, yep, this looks cool. What's my next one? What's my next one? I think that's not a bad way to be. Especially if you're trying to sort of push yourself forward. See, a lot of this is all just implied detail, right? What I mean by that is there's not, when you zoom up close, it doesn't actually look like anything in particular. But what it can do is it can actually like, it looks kind of like braids, right, from afar. You go up and it's just like squiggle, squiggle, squiggle here, squiggle there. Cassie, welcome. I've been hopping in and out of your live streams and this is looking really cool. Just wanted to say hi. Hey Cassie, great to have you. Hope you've been enjoying them. Sugar Beats, welcome back. We are in an elevator today. I'm going down to floor 7. Is that right? Are you talking about the music? Ah, what have I just done? What have I just done? Oof. Jeez Louise, I tell you what. Damien, I guess I should probably be responsible and go to bed. Wednesday's looking great, ready to see it tomorrow. Have a great rest of your night, Ben. Thank you so much, Damien. You have a great rest of your night, get some sleep, and we'll see you in the next one. Yes, the music, elevator aesthetic. I just bawled for an hour. My favorite artist, Aurora, had a virtual concert and it was beautiful. Oh, that's awesome. We didn't sit in the seats for most of the time. Lots of flying. Okay, I'm sorry. I've got no idea what you're talking about. Taylor, something about the half of the collar that's in the light is off. I'm not an expert, but would the braid make the shadow on that, or am I totally wrong? It certainly would. Yeah, no, you're exactly right. So the braid here would probably do something like that. So then that makes it sit in on the collar a little bit more. Really good observation. Pretend Minecraft was a pretty musical game. And we can fly. Oh, I see. Yeah, I'm starting to get not over it, but it's just like, okay, let's go. We're getting to the end. We're getting there. Let's wrap this up, Ben. No more fluffing about. I was going to go live, but then I got stuck here. Go live. Go live, sugar beets. Don't let me or the stream stop you. Prathav, were you ever approached for freelance work by studios, Ben? I have been, of which I cannot talk about. But that just all came through Instagram, which is pretty crazy. Let me just remove that. I just want to see. Let's clean all this up. Also, make sure to tag her. I don't know if you do that. I end up blabbing and I don't want to blab. I love this already. Normal Rockwell vibes. Also, do a plan post of her on the full page because it's too good not to. Also, do a plan post of her on the full page because it's too good not to. Sorry, if you could reword that, I can't. Maybe, are you talking like a full figure? Yeah, tag. Yeah, I think she means tag Jenna. I mean, it's kind of like I doubt she's ever going to see this, which is fine by me. This is, I'll do it regardless. A plain post. Yes, tag Jenna. Oh, yeah. This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to do a first a plain post just with this and maybe showing the sketch. And then with a time lapse, and then I'll post a sketch note as well next week, which I'll probably stream as well. Probably streaming everything. Prathav, that's amazing. I'm trying to get into the industry as a character designer. I'm not sure what to add in my portfolio. Any tips? Gotta be honest, man, I don't have a portfolio. I got in just from Instagram, which again is silly. So I really don't have any anything I can tell you from experience. The only thing I could say is maybe try and understand the studio's aesthetic that you're trying to go for, I guess, and then show them your thought process along with finished pieces. But that's just guess. That's just me guessing. Again, I don't have a portfolio. Instagram is my portfolio. These live streams are my portfolio. So yeah, I got into it in a very non-traditional way. Always think they'll see it. I know she would like it a lot. Tagging and hashtagging works. Yeah, definitely do the tag and hashtag. It'll stand out amongst the 3 million pieces of Wednesday art. Trust me. I appreciate it, Taylor. What was it like working with Walt Disney? I cannot confirm nor deny anything. But no, it wasn't Walt Disney. It wasn't Disney. All right, let's clean up these edges. Bap, bap, bap. Oh, and the music stopped. What a shame. Continue. Oh, wow. The actress in The New Little Mermaid shared my art. That's fantastic. Congratulations. That's very cool. That's amazing. Can't wait to see that movie, Taylor. Just singing that song I told you about earlier. Yeah, okay. Again, you keep saying this fictitious country song. Sugar beets. I draw a lot of singers and celebs. I'm trying to do it less though. Why's that? Prathav, how did you go about studying anatomy? One piece of anatomy at a time. And Aurora has posted my art a few times on her page. I'm not trying to brag, I'm just saying stuff. Telling stories. No, that's cool. Brag away. That's very cool. Look at that without the clipping masks. Bam, bam, bam. Oh, I'm running out of steam with this one. Yeah, this has got to change. Got to be more careful with our lines. I want to draw my own art, not people's faces. Fair enough. Ah. Oof. Yeah. Done it a couple of times today. Don't worry about it, Sugar Beats, with how much you've typed. It's fine. Absolutely no stress whatsoever. Taylor, Ben's mini panic attack when he clicks the wrong thing. Yep. Sugar Beats, Ben, were you named after Benjamin Franklin, your idol? Yep, I certainly was. I can't, that's why I just got... there you go, do it. Bye, off to Insta. Have fun with the quiet. See you later, Sugar Beats. What a character. Alright, so we were careful, or more careful with this side. Okay, let's delete that and let's do it again properly. Can you see where your viewers are from? I'm assuming mostly not Australia, since they seem to fall off the later it gets here in the other hemisphere. It's somewhere. I haven't looked at the analytics too closely yet. But most of my audience on Instagram is US. What are your thoughts in AI? Will it replace artists? Looks pretty scary for us. I did a whole big old talk on it last stream. the gist of it is I think artists should really start to, because the worry, right, from what I understood, there's a lot of worries. It's really dependent on the person. But a lot of the worry is about the jobs, right? Where are the jobs going to go? Well, for me, I'm trying to make myself independent of any studio or client or that kind of thing, right? And I think more and more artists should start going down that route, figuring out how to build an audience around themselves, their art and their personality, because no AI is going to be able to replicate that. And then you have less reliance then on studios and things of that sort. Not saying that studio, because I mean there's even legal stuff going on that, I mean, as I said yesterday, if I was a studio at the moment, I wouldn't touch the AI stuff with a 10-foot pole because of copyright and all sorts of stuff. There's definitely going to be a shift in the industry, but I think it's up to artists to start sort of figuring out, all right, how can I get multiple streams of income, not be reliant on the one. I didn't get to weigh in on the last stream and didn't want to bring it up again, but in my opinion, there will always be a market for real artists, always an appreciation for it. Yeah, definitely. And that's why, like, even Proco and those guys, they say you got to start putting more of yourself in your art somehow, whether it's kind of what I'm doing, whether it's sort of opening yourself up to people to understand who you are, whether it's showing more of the time lapses or the process that went into the work, the thought behind it, creating your own IP. Like, there's a lot of opportunity for the creative space, I think, particularly when sort of building an audience of people that respect your work, the way you think about things, the way you do things. And I see as like the studio model of working for a studio is only one slice or one way of making a living, where there's just like infinite ways of making a living doing this stuff. So yeah, no, I mean, I don't like what's happening with just sort of taking, feeding the models artwork that wasn't, like, there was no permission to do it, so I'm not a fan of that. But the reality is it's here. So we've got to figure out, and I think diversifying your skill set that I said yesterday as well, is a smart idea. Like, learn a bit of 3D, learn some animation, particularly if you want to like be in the entertainment space or build a following or that sort of stuff. Like, diversify your skill set, or diversifying your skill set is something I was doing regardless of AI. Yeah, a lot of other thoughts on it, but I'll sort of leave it there for now. Oh man, I haven't even had a break yet. All right, I need to step away for a sec. Need some fresh eyes on it, but I think we're coming to a pretty close completion to it, potentially. I mean, there's a lot of little things that I want to fix, like a lot of little things that I would love to fix, but yeah, I gotta post this tonight, so It is what it is. I think we'll play around with the background, see what will look good on a post. How to make it pop. Alright. Sugar Beach, you're back. Well, I am heading off for 5 minutes and look at this. Bam. Oh, automatic. 5-minute break. Starts now. Taylor, you need a bot that tells you to take a break every hour. I really do. I really do. Alright, let's get this post worthy, shall we? How's the background? So what I'll actually do is, alright, cool, so these are the warm-ups. Let's go new. This one. And I'll like try out different backgrounds, right? Like what's going to stand out the most? I might even do some what's the word I'm looking for? Some like manipulation of, get out of here. For example, like if I duplicate this one, let's go to the levels and let's say that I want to like darken everything up, right? I could do that. And then I could mask that out, right? So we've got the original. And then if I wanted to make the face even more in like in focus, I could darken all this around there just ever so slightly. And we can see how that looks. Now I like the values that how I've got them, really. How do I want to do this? How do I want to do this? I'm at a loss. I'll often just like look through Instagram as well and see, go to the like search page and see what would actually stand out. Right? I mean, you can't see this, so it's not good. But I try and think, okay, if I was a random scrolling along, what would catch my eye? So this gives the illusion of it being sort of in a studio, maybe. Which we could then use to add a little bit of like reflected light coming up, maybe. Like on the fingers at least. I don't know. Depends. We could go like line decker style with it. We could let's go. Oh, 5-minute break is over. We could go unsplash and just go paper texture. I mean, this is one I use all the time. So shout out to Kiwi Hug for this paper texture. Whoa. So I don't hate that, but I need to do some adjustments on like maybe that. Let's duplicate that, change the levels, make it darker, and then do the similar gradient sort of thing that we did here. Maybe, I don't know. See, all this takes time as well, trying to figure out what's the most appealing post. And I'll get it wrong all the time. Post I think that's going to do well, just falls flat. Then Evelyn design. Okay. Then it's the toss up between, do I do a close up as the first post, and then do the full thing on the second slide? Decisions. See the scene real behind the scenes at the moment. Then I'll open another app called Sketch. Which I do most of my posts in. Yeah, I reckon you're right, Sugar Beats. Close up is good because people are looking at a small screen and it will catch their eye. Exactly right. Exactly what I'm thinking. Gotta fix this eye though. It's looking wonky. So it's a kind of a pain in the ass sort of process to cut all these up. So I'll just reuse this one. Thank you, Gene. Appreciate it. So so this is this behind the scenes of the sketch note as well. So I'll just maybe export as a PNG just to test it out. I want to make some tweaks. Where did that go? There it went. All right, then we do another one. That is, could even add in the, like keep the sphere in, I think could be kind of cool. All right, but then we got to be strategic about keeping people's interest. So what I'll do, I'll show them that close up. Then I'll export that. Just do Untitled 3. You can see how organized I am with this stuff. All right, so what I'll actually do is maybe throw the sketch in between these two slides, if that makes, stop saying if that makes sense. Sorry, I'm catching myself. I'll get rid of the habit. Whoa, that was trippy ass. Let's find the sketch. So this is our last group. Yeah, that'll do. That'll do. So it's not a sketch note, it's just this is where it started. Yeah, that works. Maybe make this export, quick export as PNG. Doesn't matter. Alright, so this is what I'm planning at the moment. So we've got this post, so this slide, let's go file, open recent, open workspace document, documents. I want to get my more recent, yeah, that's the Travis Barker one. I'll open that one. Oh, it's about that time. We've got the sun sash. All right. So you see I do all different like iterations, like what's going to make it look more appealing. I actually might just do the white background with the sketch like I did here. So do the similar, maybe even add this as well. Time lapse and sketch inside. Let's just even copy these ones. Where do we go? That's fine. All right, so I might let's no. Yep, let's copy this, drag that over here. All right, now let's export. Let's get rid of this, get rid of this. Export just this as a PNG. So you're seeing all the boring stuff that goes on. So then we drag this over here. So now we've got separation. So we can start to play. All right, now we can drag her on top, scale her up to around about what we had before. Use this same, I like this kind of comic strip. What size is this? 1080 3150. Let's divide this by 2. Should get me to the same size. Yep. And I want to adjust the content on resize. So this is like a user experience thing as well. Let others know that there's stuff inside. Don't just rely on the Instagram's user interface. let them know that there is a sketch and a time lapse inside. So it's worth their time to keep watching or swiping. Then what to do. Then I think I'll do my call to action of the gumroad tutorial, because I mean this is my living now, so I have to promote it somewhat. And then I might put somewhere that this is also on YouTube, like I've got a YouTube channel now. Sorry, I've been neglecting chat. Taylor, do you use a dryer to dry your clothes? Sometimes. Why is that? Your art has been helping me. I'm going to sleep. Goodbye. See you later, Sugar Beats. Elizabeth Lobo. What's the name of the other program? Sketch. Prathabit, yeah, it's actually Sketch. Very similar to Figma. Figma is the free version of this, so just get free Figma. This costs me money because I use it for software and user interface development. Is a satellite sphere part of the artwork now, or are you going to do that for the tutorial type purposes? I haven't really decided. It could stay there. I read somewhere that Australians hang their clothes to dry and never use a dryer. It's not untrue. Like we prefer, or at least us, we as in my partner and I, we prefer to hang the clothes up versus using the dryer. Just saves a bit of energy and a bit of costs because it's oftentimes hot here, particularly now in December. So let's open another program. Working files, Travis Barker sketch note. You're seeing really how it's all made now. So in InDesign, I'm going to grab my call to action self-portrait sketch note. Let's open that. Okay, so this is my first thinking about the self-portrait sketch note. So what I'll do is I'll copy this, and with a bit of luck, it's going to copy over without a hiccup. Bam. No hiccup. Oh, there were hiccups. That's all there were. Ugh. So what about this? Does this do anything? Useless. Useless. It should work if I paste it into Photoshop. No, it still doesn't. That's ridiculous. That is no good. So what do I have to do here? What do I have to do here? What I can do, I'll tell you what I'll do. Li Jingquan, will you share out this masterpiece as a PDF file again, like last time, those 480 pages? Yeah, this will be a part of the next iteration of sketch notes when I do the sketch note. It'll be good. And InDesign has shat itself and no longer wants to cooperate. Force quit InDesign. Yes, thank you, because it's useless. Okay, so what I was going to do, Travis Barker sketch note, that's what I want. Open InDesign again. Yeah, whatever. Okie dokie. Now what I've got to do is have it not freeze on me. This is ridiculous. Adobe. Not happy, Adobe. Not happy one bit. Come on, I'm trying to export and it's not doing anything for me. File. Ay. And it's a great program when it works, but oh, I don't want to search Adobe stock. You useless. Isuk, what's sketch notes? These are sketch notes. So on Instagram, I share breakdowns and thoughts of any one particular session that I'm having. So I'm going to be making one of this this Wednesday character as well. Export, thank you. As a PNG to desktop, thank you. Export. And now, you know my good friend Francis I talk about that's on the podcast, Make Now Think Later, hashtag shameless plug. He's a amazing software developer, and what he's made is something that cuts this all up automatically for me. So if we come here, so if we count how many slides we want, 1, 2, 3, 4, I think this was 9. I may be wrong. Travis Barker sketch note, open. Takes a little bit. He's working on it at the moment actually. So we're going to have like a proper version of this, but this is more of a beta. Just like a proof of concept, so it'll take a little bit to load. No, wait, it's fine. And then what I'm going to do, all just for this, all just for that end. Where are we at? Here. So you see here, it's ready to sort of slice it all up. Download all. Bada bing, bada boom, it's all done for me. Otherwise I have to go into Sketch or Figma, and then it saves me so much time. Absolute legend. All that just to get this. That's what I want. All that. All right, so this is a little bit of business stuff. So it's like, all right, cool. You come in, you might have been the first time you've seen my stuff. Cool. Okay, cool. It's not a 3D render. I'm not saying my rendering is as good as a 3D render, but sometimes people misconstrue these. So, okay, it started off as a sketch. Here's the final. Want to dive deeper, and then we'll show the time lapse, which I'll do off stream because that takes a while to process and do all that sort of stuff. Taylor, all right, it's 2 a.m. What are you doing, Taylor? I'm kind of bummed because I want to watch this boring part, as you say, but I'll have to catch it later. Bye, Ben. See you later, Taylor. Great to have you again, and I hope to see you in the next one. So, I mean, this is a fine post. This is okay, but let's see if we can make it more appealing. So I'll duplicate this. I just want to make sure that you can see. Okay. So I'll duplicate this, and maybe because I really like this background here. This like lighter background. Maybe I'll, does that stand out more or less? I don't know. So we're just trying to iterate here. Trying to think about what's going to be the most clickable, and it might fall completely flat. There's that option as well. Like, not many people see it, and it is what it is. Can't do much about that. All you can do is your best. No, I want to edit, and I want to take a sliver off of that. Crop. Finish editing. Shebang. All right, now is there any utility in having a sort of background to make things pop a little bit more? Like even that, I don't hate that. All right, I think maybe we could even do something along the lines where it's like a little bit darker so you can still see the rim lights and everything. Make things pop. I mean, I don't hate that. I don't hate that because it's the thing is I'm talking in half sentences now because I don't know what I'm thinking. Let's put this in front. Oh, maybe one go one behind. Let's make this like a darker that, but then we make it multiply, and then we reduce the opacity. It looks too like happy, or like, I don't know. Doesn't quite fit the vibe for me. No, there's something. I also didn't hate it. So remove this, remove that. Remove, maybe throw my name there. Oh, it wasn't a PNG. You bugger. Oh, it does the same thing, kind of. It's fine. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. But what I would do now is I would go ahead, export these out, test them out on my phone. I mean, if I had the connection, I could put my phone to this. I don't have the connection, that's the bugger. Let's make this less cheerful. Maybe have that purple come through from the bottom, even from the side a little bit. And maybe that. Because I mean, I spent all this time on it, right? I want to spend a little bit of time thinking about what's going to be the most visually appealing. I might even, would it be worth adding in the reference image with the sketch? I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. Did you study graphic design or you learn by yourself? I pretty much learned by myself. I had to do a lot of it for like user interface design. And yeah, I guess I was a graphic designer there, like user interface, graphic design, that sort of stuff. But yeah, mainly taught myself. Study something. I know what you meant. Yeah, a lot of it's trial and error. What are my tastes? What do I like? And figuring out how to make it look the same or as good. Like I had to learn layout design a little bit for the tutorial. It's on Gumroad. We can maybe do this. Actually, that should go on top. Do this, go bada bing, bada boom, mask selection, come here. Then come to mask and then corners, round them up. Yeah, there's even some tweaks, but I mean, there's some tweaks I want to do to the painting still that I might do later on tonight, just some like really minor stuff. But just getting this ready is good, just so I don't have to think about it too much. I can just go boom, 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 post, 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 and it's there. Great, everything looks sick. Thank you so much, Elizabeth. It's getting there. It's getting there. But yeah, what I'll do is I'll get... See, this pops a little bit more, but it seems very dull. Whereas here, it's got a little bit more visual interest. Maybe. I don't know. I have to go back and actually look at it on my phone. Swipe back and forth. Maybe this goes over there. Maybe this aligns with that, so it feels a little bit more structured. I don't know. But yeah, so it comes down to a lot of that. It's like, oh, I don't know. And then sometimes it just gets to a point where it's like, oh, just post it. It is what it is. These smaller tweaks aren't going to change too much. And what I'll do then, I might as well do this while I'm here as well. Whoa. Where's Safari? Open Safari for me. So I'll just then write my caption. Sort of take you behind the scenes here. Let me know if this is interesting to anyone as well. So I use this caption writer. I like the last one better. Looks cleaner in my opinion. Yeah, I think that look. I tend to agree. Drawing glove off, writing fingers on, and then we'll think about. Okay. What's hold on. Maybe for the people that are just popping on stream, we'll... oh, that's already there still. Okay. We'll keep that up. All right. So what do I have to say about this? Hopping on the Wednesday bandwagon. In all honesty, haven't seen it, but this was a fun one. I don't know if this is even interesting for you guys. This is probably the most boring shit to watch on stream. I might just do this off stream. But basically, yeah, I do that. Then I get my hashtags. Then I've got to download this live. Download my other streams. Then create the time lapse. And that's it, I think. Post to Instagram, post to Twitter. Yeah, and I think that would be all for today. So, as I said, I like this look though. Like, I wonder if I just export this, go back into Sketch, or even if I do this with Sketch, right? If I come here, gradient, this one is dark. Let's get this out of the way. I mean, I don't hate that either. Maybe I duplicate what I had before. gradient, this top guy. Isuk with names, any plans to make an anatomy course? There are plans. That's definitely something I'd love to do. But I think what I'll do, because there's a lot of good anatomy stuff out there for like just straight up anatomy. I might do something around like stylized anatomy. Like how do you take the real stuff and manipulate it however you want. I think that would be fun. So we've got this option as well. And we also have this option with that. Yeah, I don't know. This is more eye-catchy. Anyway, we're going back and forth and back and forth. Isuk, heck yeah. No, I'm glad to know you'd be excited for that. Because, yeah, anything that I'd probably do from now on is more than likely going to be like a course. Because the first thing that I put out was a tutorial. It's a walkthrough. It's a long walkthrough, and it sort of takes you through my process for doing that one particular character. But it doesn't dive deep into any one particular topic necessarily. It's good for like a really broad overview, and I sort of put a lot of time into it. Like this one here. Like you've got an 8-hour real-time walkthrough, 40 plus PDF, blah blah blah. Hashtag shameless plug. 3D study models and all that kind of stuff. But I'd like to actually dive deeper into the larger principles of what I'm thinking about, like stylization, anatomy, rendering, that kind of thing. That works. I'm currently working on improving my anatomy stylization, but so many courses skip that part and only teach hyper-realistic. Yeah, that's where I think there's a gap that I could actually I could fill there, which would be fun. That'd be really fun. So I might start doing some live streams on anatomy and that sort of stuff. So, but yeah, look, I reckon. Let's wind down. Let's call this done for stream. I've got to do a little bit of touch-up work, but yeah, look, I'll hang around for another 5 minutes. Where has my... Oh, here we are. All right. So, I reckon that's it. I reckon we'll call it a day. I've got to get ready to see my lovely lady. She's gonna be here in a few hours, but got to get dinner ready, dinner sorted, and yeah, get this post done and the caption written, because I think that'll be like watching paint dry if I just did that on stream. So, but let me know if you did want to see the whole behind the scenes stuff from a content creation side of things. It'll be interesting to sort of share my thinking behind all that. And yeah, that's it. I hope you have a good one. And with that, I shall say toodaloo. I will see you in the next one. Bye bye.